Hello. It is time. Alright. So I've got to figure this noise thing out. It sucks. It produces lines way too easily. That's really bad. I think I said just having a density decrease as we get closer to an edge. That's like a high level idea. I don't even know how I would go about implementing that. And it would probably be really slow. Because I would have to compute for every vertex how far away from an edge I am. And who knows how far away from an edge I am. Right. Oh, dog cannot be serious as soon as I start. Okay. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. Ah, sorry. That was probably louder to me than it was. Okay. I think I probably need to... Yeah. I think I just have to use a... It's even right here. Blue noise. That gives me density. It gives me the random number generator. It does not give me the... Well, first of all, it takes this away from me. I don't have to... I'm not doing this anymore. Okay, that's just a flashbang. I don't know where I'm going. Failed the little oracle, sure. don't understand what this means. Why it failed. I think this one's like glitched too. It's like not even correct. Well, it's day. I can actually look at this. Red noise? Void and cluster algorithm for generating blue noise. Void and cluster. I'm assuming it's not easy to generate. But here's a good question. Does Godot already have this? Unlikely. Considering the repo that I found generates it. Doesn't generate it. Has it just as a static image. 1 second. Okay, eventually. I don't think it does, because, like I said, the repo has just an image of blue noise. Here. That's a very large image, by the way. Can I, like, look at this more closely? Oh, it's partially transparent. Well, I wish it didn't use linear interpolation. I would like to look at the pixels. Oh well. Okay, so there's alpha, for some reason. I mean, I say for some reason, that actually makes total sense to use alpha. You get one image with essentially 4 different blue noises, which is what I assume it is. Can I make this text any larger though? it's okay. And why is there a link every 10 words as well? Dithering with blue noise. Dithering. Huh. Concept of blue noise high frequency, white noise is. Ah, okay, I get it. This dash is the concept of blue noise, high frequency, white noise, high frequency. Multiple 100 lines of C. Okay, well that's all saving. Find a winner. That's not so bad. The goal of this interactive page is to provide additional insight by visualizing the core idea of this algorithm, so it might be used to better understand the algorithm itself, for example, to recognize potential performance improvements. Okay, so essentially I'll go ahead and mention what my idea is right now. Godot has this, I don't even know how to find it. I can probably find it. I can open a shader. I'll go to tree test. Or a material. I can open a material. Texture metallic, okay. I can pick a noise texture 2D. Yeah, noise texture 2D. And then from this, this is what I would make, right? Essentially, I would have this fast noise light is meant to create simplex Berlin noise. Value noise? I can't remember what value noise is. I think it's like a wandering noise. It goes up and down in value. essentially what I would like to do is to have something like this where I can say, because exactly what this does, this noise texture has a certain size, you provide it a noise function, or this noise thing, noise object, and it samples it for every pixel. I assume what it does is it will call your noise function. I guess I could look it up. Okay, it retrieves an image. A default seamless image implementation provides for libraries that do not provide seamless noise. Supposedly it's already seamless. And apparently I can't override any of these. So I'm kind of confused. I guess I would have to implement this and see. My idea was to make something like this, where really all I would provide is the seed value. And how does this seed even work? I guess the seed is, I guess fast noise light gives you the seed. But essentially what I want is I can go in here to my region and I can set a density value and a seed value. That's what I would set. And that seed value would seed a blue noise image. It'll generate it. Probably, I don't know. But depending on how difficult it is to generate this and whether or not this is even a seedable thing, I mean, I guess it has to be. It possibly starts with a white noise. So that could be seeded. And then you generate blue noise from white noise. Alright, but I guess you gotta read through this and figure it out. So, blue noise is a sequence of random numbers characterized... Oh, a sequence of random numbers is characterized... called blue noise if succeeding numbers are very likely to be very different. Okay. Contrast to white noise, where each number would be random and completely unrelated to its neighbor. Okay. That sounds to me like... if you find a tree in a forest, you're very likely to not find a tree sitting next to it, right? You're gonna have to take a few steps. In a white noise sequence... Hang on a second. What? This is like too many errors. I'm not liking this. What keyboard are they using? Forgot an A here. Typed a Y instead of an E. Forgot an E. S isn't wrong. I'm just gonna assume that English is like, I don't know. They were writing this at midnight and English is their like fourth language. I don't know. Or they just are not very good at typing. It would be neither surprising for the similar numbers. This is tough. I gotta see. I don't think I can read this out loud. This is, it would be surprising for two succeeding numbers to be quite far apart value-wise. Blue noise neighbors are expected to be very different. This entire paragraph was... What happened to this paragraph? This is like every sentence had... Literally every sentence of it has like 2 errors. The opposite of blue noise would be red noise, where neighboring values are expected to be mostly similar. Is that Perlin noise? That sounds like Perlin noise to me. Simplex is different. Perlin. Lumps. If I increase the frequency. Lumps. Cellular just kind of looks like Perlin, but a little different. Value is also, I think, probably exactly this type. Red noise. I'm assuming value noise is you have a value, you go left to right. Or I guess you start with some value, and the next value in a pattern, in a grid pattern or whatever, is going to be slightly higher or slightly lower, or the same. Probably not the same. Slightly higher or slightly lower. The characteristics check if a sequence is blueness to compute its power spectral density, the magnitude square of its Fourier transform. Then check that it contains only high frequencies. Okay. Yeah, okay, I understand that actually. When generating 2D blue noise, as an example below, the goal is to assign each pixel in the image a distinct intensity value, such that the intensity difference of neighboring pixels gets maximized. Read the code below and drag the sliders above the for and while loops. Drag the sliders. To inspect the intermediate result, the rank image is better viewed on a rainbow scale to make the low intensity more visible. Read the natural language explanation. I will be reading that. Okay, so blue noise, who knows what it returns because this is Python. I guess it must generate an image because you provide a size. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Ranks, okay. Yep, just create an empty image. Or I guess a matrix, probably. White noise, okay. That's what I thought. I mean, I guess I'm going to see. I don't know why they would generate white noise if they weren't going to use white noise. So if white noise is the predecessor to blue noise, then place pixels is the initial white noise where values are greater than an initial ratio. Okay. I understand. So we're just taking... Yeah, alright, that makes sense. Count the number of pixels, the number remaining. Spread white pixels more evenly. Swap between dense and void areas. Okay. You blur it. That's what sigma's for. Densest, the largest value in blurred times place pixels. So place pixels is a mask. So yeah, we get this, and then the max. Okay. It's a larger region than it should be, but it's this pixel specifically. Voidest. It says 27 and 8. So I'm not sure why the image looks different. Oh, it's out of blurred adding placed. Okay. I'm guessing this is just like the first location that it checked. Or the last location that had a 0 value? I don't know. Detect cycle. Previous swap, none, is equal to the void and dense. So we're trying to swap these two locations. Okay, I understand what's happening. This is really slow. How many times do you do this? If we're trying to swap the same time, we stop. Or I guess if we're swapping these back and forth, then we stop. If I guess the image is empty, probably, or the image is pure white. I don't know if you really need to do this, but I guess that's where it would happen. Then you would swap them. Okay, so place pixels, we move that pixel over there. Okay. And then that's going to continue until we end up in a cycle. So it's literally going to... That's unbounded. Okay. So we keep doing this. We're spreading them evenly. It could go on for a long time. Okay. And then we get to a point where we want to swap these two locations again. Yeah. So it was swapping here and here, and you'll see these two flip. Right. I'm wondering what's going on with these two. Why is... Oh, I guess because it just moved that pixel? No. Okay. So that's kind of crazy. That would make sense why you pre-generate it. A 32 by 32 took 50 runs. I'm assuming this is probably double your size. And I'm assuming the initial ratio has a large... These values must have a large impact on how many iterations this takes. It could be done very quickly. It could take a very long time. I wish I could modify these values and see. Okay, and then rank. Rank pixels by density. We take a copy. Okay. We take a copy for rank in range, the number of placed pixels to 0. Okay, so we're going in reverse. So this could take longer if your ratio is higher. Blurred unranked, which is the original placed pixels. Or not the original placed pixels, but the spread pixels. Densest is the blurred times not ranked. So same thing as up here. Exactly the same thing. The densest coordinate. Okay, we locate that pixel. Or we find the first value of this. We compute a value, and then we find the index, I guess. Not ranked, and then ranks. Equals rank. Okay, I understand. Alright, that's... So essentially it's going to count down from 96 to 0. So I don't know why the pixels are colored orange. They should be decreasing slowly in value. And this is a bit odd. Early on, it seems like it's just kind of picking random things. I don't really understand. 94? I'm confused with the numbers here. Oh, okay. I thought densest was giving you the color of the, or the value of the pixel. It's giving you, like, it's giving you an index. This is the index, and then we convert that index to this coordinate. Okay. Clear it there, and then we keep going. Oh, I guess you can see the change in color. Okay. It goes from orange to red. Orange to yellow to red. And we do all that. Wrap. Fill up remaining pixels from the sparsest areas. So then we go through the rank again, but forward. We blur placed pixels. And then voidest. Okay. Interesting. Oh, wait, I think I might get why it looks like that. So it is technically... So while it does look like that, I see now probably why the color comes out like this. You're not actually getting 4 different channels. You're just treating the 4 RGBA channels as the number, and you're storing that in there. Okay. But now you can see every time I place it, it's like almost empty. And yeah, Rainbow is just interpreting that value as... I'm not quite sure the coloring though, because they're setting it to 27. That would still be like nearly black? The resulting image has intensity values evenly spread across in space. Everything in the image are both dark and light pixels. To verify the characteristic power spectral density, we can compute the Fourier transform and observe the dark spot around the low frequencies. So I'm not exactly sure what this is meant to be. I think this was mentioned in the video on this, where he showed this, but I didn't understand what that meant. Depending on the quality of the blue noise, the image might be processed even further while maintaining the blue noise property. Below, there's an image is thresholded, or it's just run through a threshold, to generate a new binary image of evenly distributed white spots. This is basically a similar image as the intermediate result, phase 1. Selecting the power spectral density, we can also observe the dark spot at the low frequencies. Not always the case. Okay. Yeah, I really don't know what this is meant to show me. Free blue noise textures. What is this? Okay. That's blue noise? That just looks like white and black. Whoa, that's weird to scroll through. It's like flashing. Or 70 pixels, okay. Oh, that's weird. Dude, I think I just found the exact thing that this guy was putting in his videos, because these images look familiar. This image actually just looks familiar. I don't know what any of that means. Well, I don't know. Oh, this looks really good. I don't know, this is weird though. The banding doesn't look like it's really going away. Still there. Cool. Let me read this. What does he says he uses the void in cluster. Transmuting white noise to blue. Start with white noise, a low pass filter. Renormalize. Sip 2 as many times. Okay. Blue noise. It's a high pass filter. Use what a high pass filter image to do a low pass filter, get the low frequency content, subtract that from the original image so you're left with high frequency content. Blue noise has high frequency content, which means it's only made up of sharp details, fast data changes. An interesting property of 2D blue noise. You take a random walk, you'll get a low discrepancy sequence. You'll get random numbers, but each number will be very different from the previous one. Strict definition about frequency content. Here's blue noise using 5 iterations in a blur of 1. I still don't understand this image. What is it supposed to look like? Is this supposed to look like that? I don't know. I'm assuming you want the dot to be very dark and very... I don't know. I really don't know. Green noise. What does this mean? Wait a second. I've never heard of this noise, so it may have another name. But what I'm calling purple noise is just noise which has high and low frequency content. No middle frequency. To make red noise and add it to blue noise to make purple noise. Band stop filter is a filter that gets rid of middle frequencies. The band pass filter. I'm actually... kind of interested in this noise. Can I... Okay. Save the image. And then I will open the image. Okay, this might be hard to look at, but I need to look at this. Is there a way that I can visualize a threshold on this? Probably, right? It would be filter layer. Is it like this? Oh yeah. I actually really like this. I really like this. So do you see what's happening? I'm still getting clumps. I'm getting clumps, but I'm getting some sparsity, some stuff elsewhere. But the major thing is that I'm getting clumps, but they're still kind of spread out already. Can I do this like in the middle? Does this give me something? This is really interesting. Now, here's the thing. That's probably too difficult to tweak. It's probably too difficult to tweak. Honestly, I think it looks really good. The high frequency stuff, I mean, is that even necessary? Maybe it's not. Maybe, honestly, all I'm looking for is just like regular simplex or Perlin or cellular noise and just using that instead of blue noise. Because the other two, simplex and Perlin, I mean, simplex more than Perlin, I think simplex was designed to be very efficient to compute. I think probably now you would run it through, you would use it as a shader. You could generate a very large image very quickly. I'll have to look at how simplex noise works again. I wrote an implementation once in Java. I don't remember well enough. Obviously for Minecraft things. But of course the idea with simplex and Perlin is that you don't need to... Blue noise, it's pretty clear, at least the avoiding cluster method. You have to generate an image all at once. You can't say, hey, I'm at coordinate 1000, 2000, what's the value here? You can do that for Perlin and simplex. You don't need to generate anything else. You can just give it the position and it will tell you what the value should be. Blue noise doesn't look like that. And it looks like the kind of the idea with it is this tiled, by the way? This looks like it might be tiled. How do I think there's a way to view this with tiling. Okay, that's really patterned. That's really, really patterned. You can really see that pattern there. Possibly what I could do then is take a high threshold blue noise, blur it really hard, and then take just normal blue noise and like overlay that, and that can give me the clustering effect. That's weird though. That's weird though. I mean, we can just look at simplex here. It's already tiling. Simplex is known for not tiling. You can just generate it forever. You don't tile it. Though of course I can turn on seamless to make it look better. Anyway, Anyway. I do like how this looks, but it's not gonna tile right. What is green noise? Only middle frequency. Why are these? I wish. It's really unfortunate these gifts are not aligned. Let me look at this. Power density increases 10. Okay, seeing the log 10 really threw me off there for a second. 3.01 decibel per octave with increasing frequency. Finite frequency range, computer graphics from blue noise sometimes uses more loosely as any noise with minimal low frequency components and no concentrated spikes in energy. Good noise for dithering. Retinal cells are arranged in a blue noise-like pattern which yields good visual resolution. Cherenkov radiation is a naturally occurring example of almost perfect blue noise. Wait, what does blue noise sound like? Wait, this could actually be awful. Okay, I have browser audio off, but I'll hear it. Yeah, that's awful. That's awful. I was like, oh, it could sound nice. No, it's gonna sound worse than white noise, and it does sound worse than white noise. It's like if you were to... It's like close to the sound of just like a pressure washer. But like only the water, and you're shooting it at concrete right next to your ear. It's like that bad. Yeah. Brown noise is really interesting. Pink noise is white and brown, I think. Or something. White noise. Yeah, that's not... That is way easier to listen to than blue noise. I think this was like... Right? Why does this open this sometimes and not open it other times? Brown is great for like wind. This is awful. But I need to listen to it. Yeah, it's just high. Ow. It's just high frequency noise. Gray? Psychoacoustic equal loudness curve? It's like really quiet, oddly. But either my ears maybe just aren't very good and I can't hear the high frequency there. There's a lot right there. Velvet noise? Sounds like white noise. Perceptually smoother. Black noise? Silence. Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say. Interesting. Blue noise. Cherenkov radiation blue noise, which is funny because I believe this is also like literally blue. Yeah. Interesting. Huh. Okay. I don't think I want to do the iteration thing. Or they say like five iterations. It already looks... I'm guessing iterations is probably not what this means. Because that's 48 to just get a 32 by 32 image to look good. Because yeah, 5 iterations, you're basically just at the same image. Void and cluster. What's the line meant to be? The thing is, this might not be correct, right? Like, I don't think blue noise is what I want. I think genuinely what I really want is like just Perlin. I think I just want Perlin. I don't think I want blue noise. Because Perlin, you can still scale the density. You can still apply, you know, a threshold on it. I think Krita has probably fill layer, simplex noise, exactly. Looping. Not looping. Frequency. Oh, right. Okay, there's patterns emerging. Where I can still see the seams. Does that work or not? Like, anyway, you can still do this. You know, you get the clumps over there, and you get clumps over here. Is there another one? Interesting. Okay, well, that's probably enough messing around there. What would I do? Thing is, purple looked really nice. Like I said, simplex and Perlin noise are literally examples of red noise, so I could just take blue noise and add simplex or Perlin on top. The main issue is probably the generation speed. It would probably take several seconds to regenerate something. I don't know what the growth rate is of this, but it's probably pretty bad. Considering this image appears to be probably 100 pixels, 128 is my guess here. And the issue with blue noise, okay, well, I was gonna say an issue with blue noise is that it's not infinite, but you can just tile it. So you can just mod your values so they fit in the range. And yeah, throwing simplex or Perlin on top of that would be pretty simple because I can just use those implementations that are already in there. I'm gonna do a check really quick. I happen to know that people have implemented simplex and Perlin incorrectly in the past on large open source projects. It happens. Honestly, I think it's just because they didn't really care, and the results that they got looked acceptable, and they didn't realize they made a mistake because it didn't look like they did. But I happen to know that that happens, so I am actually going to go find... I'm going to go find this here, and I can't say if I can look at it and determine if it was implemented correctly, but probably not. But I did implement it before. I'm guessing fractal is... noise type. Fast noise, light noise, set noise type. What? Okay. Wait, no. Third party? I forgot what it was called, I guess. Third party, of course, in the miscellaneous folder. (2023). The funny thing with simplex is I think one of the documents that is publicly available online for how you're supposed to, written by the guy, written by Perlin, contained a mistake in it. He corrected the mistake in an edit, but I think it's pretty common that sometimes when it's implemented, they're using the version that contains the error. Seed leet. Awesome. Get noise. I'm guessing single is Perlin and frac. What? Oh, here it is. Single simplex. Is single... Wait. XYZ. Okay. Single open? What? Get X and Y or XYZ. single simplex? I just want to go look. If I can eventually find it. Okay, here it is. I believe the error that I found was I think it was just some operation. It could have even been as simple as like a subtraction sign when it was supposed to be a multiplication sign or something like that. Well, that's it. Okay. So yeah, honestly, I don't remember enough of this to figure out if that was wrong or not. It might have been like one of these signs was flipped, something like that. So I want to compare it. Simplex, noise, pub. I want open. I want the original one. Just give me Berlin's, please. I think it's probably linked here. What? Is this it? I don't think so. This is Perlin, isn't it? Oh, better method. I think this is simplex. Does this contain the correction, though? That's the real question. This doesn't look like it contains the correction. The document I found specifically had a marked correction on it. Because I think this is the original with the error. And there's something weird about patents or whatever, but simply you can, like, I don't know. You think they have the link to it? No. No. It used to be here. PDF? Ooh, maybe. This is familiar. The gradient's familiar. This might be it. This is super familiar. This is what I went through to implement it, but this doesn't, I don't see a correction in here. That's the weird thing. Also, I think this is, that's 3D. I think I'm just looking at 2D. What's... ...2D noise. Yeah, this doesn't have a correction though. This is what's... Maybe they've just changed the link? I don't know. Yeah, this is the weird part. So they multiply by 70. And this is multiplied by... that? Oh, wait. Open... okay, this thing, I don't want the... Never mind. Honestly, never mind. This document is incredibly familiar to me. This is definitely what I used. It does not contain a correction, though. There was specifically a correction on here, like there was red text or some marking or something like that that said, at least around the 3D noise. Strange. I wonder where this was. This is definitely not it. Okay. Like, that was it. That definitely is the document. It doesn't have a correction on it. Maybe... Let's go to the bottom. Simplex always does have a problem, though. It was mentioned on one of... It was mentioned. It looks worse in higher dimensions. 4 dimensions, why would you use 4 dimensions? It's mainly for 3D noise. If you have like an object that's using Perlin noise, that's using just noise, and you want it to like move and change over time, you would use 4D noise, which is smooth over time as the 4th dimension. But then it doesn't look very good. I think it's just because the fact that the gradients are 2D or something, it just kind of falls apart. It does start to look washed out and like weird and lumpy. Like Swiss cheese. But it's pretty good in 2D and 3D. Okay, well, I can't determine if they've implemented it correctly because they use a different implementation. So what will I do? I think I'm not going to be using blue noise at this point. Maybe I could. Maybe I still could. It looked really simple to implement. It really did. The void and cluster method. It's all written in Python, so it's I don't even have to go to C to write this. The only non-deterministic step because of the random call, it's just white noise. 0, generate white noise. Essentially using rand. Threshold the white noise to select a random subset. 10% of pixels. Randomly placed pixels might be clustered in some areas and sparse in some others. White noise. Okay. Blur the placed pixels with a Gaussian filter to eliminate the density across the image. Estimate the density. Move a place pixel from the highest density area to the most void empty position until dense and void areas converge. Yeah. So my thought here is what I can do is to generate the image, I can just use a resource. By default, it will initialize, it'll have like a set like initialized or not initialized value Boolean or just using an image, a contained image resource that's empty. And then you would essentially set your seed, set your values, which is the ratio in Sigma, I think. And then click generate, and it might take a minute or something. I don't know how long it'll take. I want to see this one. Avoiding cluster. This creates a grayscale. Blue noise can be thresholded to create blue noise sample points. Right? Filtering white noise uses repeated iterations of filtering and histogram fix-up to make blue noise. Mitchell's best Canada algorithm. Variation on dart throwing to pick some points at random. And choose whichever point preserves the blueness of the samples best. Avoiding cluster is a top-tier algorithm. Filtering is just kind of a hack. Mitchell's best Canada algorithm is decent. Simple but a bit outdated. Yeah, that one sounds even worse. Honestly. Because you're still probably going to get blue noise that's not very good. I wish someone would explain this image. So many people just keep throwing this image up there and they don't even say what it means. Like, oh, it looks good, right? I don't know what this is. I don't know what this means. Why is there a white pixel in the middle? What's with the random noise around it? I don't understand. 128 blue noise texture. Oh, okay, so I said this was probably 120 if that's 128. Okay, that's probably 256, I guess. Or maybe it's 512. Avoiding cluster, white noise filtering. High frequency noise having a darker middle means a higher quality result. Turns out they're actually pretty different, which I find really surprising when I was told. Below a threshold, both images, below we threshold both images 10%. We consider black to be 0 and white to be 1. We can image where there is a black dot if the color is less than 0.1. Otherwise, we make a white dot. Okay. Avoiding cluster is top. White noise filtering in the middle. Is blue noise sample point generated with a discrete version? Okay. The filtered white noise has already fallen apart for our purpose. Basically unusable for this user's case. I'm just doing fairly okay. Okay, so this image on the top stays pretty much the same the whole time. It just looks the same. Yeah, okay. So it's like always blue noise. And this one's like maybe blue noise in like 50%? Maybe? Okay. So I just want to see if Void and Cluster is even good. Apparently it's literally the best. I think I just closed the one tab that I want to keep open. Oh no, this is it. Okay. Honestly, I'm just going to go for it. Fine. I'll do this. And I still need to figure out some issues that I have with the distance thing. What am I doing with this distance thing, though? Because what it's starting to feel like now is that I'm just trying... I'm like I'm rewriting it and just hoping that maybe I wrote it correctly this time. Something's still wrong here. I don't remember what was wrong. I guess I can look at this and see possibly what I might have done wrong. Actually, maybe I finally got it right. I think I might have got it right, actually. But now my randomness is just going to be from blue noise instead, which is just a high quality. Should spread them out, I think. I'm still going to keep the minimum distance because I really want that. Though I guess technically now I can actually have a density. My density will be better and more predictable. 0 to 1. I'll have 0 density is going to be, you know, every now and then there's a point. And 1 just adds new points. Or as you increase the value, you're adding new points. The old points will stay, the new points will pop in. My density thing is, it's always based on a random number generator. So increasing the density with, there's no seed, but increasing the density with whatever seed doesn't change anything. Well, I guess if I added a seed, then it would. The density would start to look like that, but I guess the idea is this should probably, my hope is that it will stop the edges being preferred. And maybe, if I really need to, I can layer on simplex or Perlin noise. Then I will get clustering. Alright, well, let's implement it, I guess. I think I can probably copy... Okay, maybe not. Definitely not. I think these probably let me have... They probably let me have, like, max or something. I'm trying to see if I can get to packed from here. Packed byte. I think packed byte is generally like the superset of everything. Superset. Glass. Is there not a max? Maybe floater int has max. Start with float 32. Well, I can just write it myself, I guess. Alright, let me go ahead and close some of these. I don't think I really need these open right now. I think I've got most of that stuff pretty much set. I'm just gonna close docs. Oh right, my task is not up. Should put that up. It still says -2. Okay. Alright. So I am making a new resource. And I took 200 click script and now we crash. Okay. It's crashing. Okay. I'm gonna go and do this. First of all, I'm gonna freeze for like 20 seconds. I'll be right back while this closes. Okay. So there has technically been like a maintenance release for a while. So I think I probably need to go and get that pulled in. It should be in a tag 5.1 stable. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is go ahead and update to this, because I'm gonna assume that this is probably what's probably contains possibly a fix. Maybe I can just look at the release and see what the thing says. They mention a possible crash. I mean, it says X11 crash issue, which I think is what I use. So, okay. So yeah, I think I just need to go ahead and get that, and I... pull this and get my version of Godot here. So what I think I'm doing is, I don't know what I'm doing. I thought I was taking, I guess I actually built it off the 4.5 branch, which I should be taking the tag. So I need to kind of remember how I do this. Get rebase on tag. Just the tag name. I don't think that's right though. To V2, right. Let's use a common ancestor. Removing it? What? Let's cut off the following. This would get rebase later. We'll use when, oh wow, what is happening? We'll use when, this is crazy. Okay. Get rebase origin master feature branch. I apparently just say it. Okay, so, all right. It's like this, list sessions, Emacs. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, and then if I remember how I do all this, I think it's... Nope. There we go. Well, okay, not actually like that. Let me do this. Can't find window. Yeah. Game. Okay. Not that one. Rename window. Okay. I should probably go and write a script for this at some point. Okay. All right, what's happening here? Get status. Changes not staged for commit. Which I think they have. I don't think I can rebase with changes there. What's the difference? Okay. I'll just remember to fix that back. Alright, so I'm on this. I will do get pull. I don't think there's anything to pull. I'm just going to do it anyway. Pretty sure I wrote get fetch instead. Okay. Get rebase. Go to the feature branch, rebase onto this branch, this branch. I don't understand what they're doing here. This is kind of like strange to me. I think I think all I have to do is just run the rebase. That's all I have to do. So I think the real issue is getting, I think the actual tag is going to be oh, okay. Yeah, so getting the tag is actually what's... I think probably fetch will do this, actually. So let me run that. Probably fetch origin. Origin? Remote? I don't know. Okay, so... yeah, getting the tag is the hard part. Fetch... please. Fetch tag from... upstream? I have to do fetch. Maybe I just have to write fetch tags and then I'll do it. It should be telling me that it's got them, and it's not telling me that it's got them. Yeah, it's not there. Oh, there's upstream. Maybe that's what I have to do. Get upstream. It should just tell me about a tag. Okay. I probably didn't need to do that. I probably just needed to say tag. No, I probably had to. Because I think the tags are just like pointers to a commit. I actually need the commit in order to do it. So yeah. Okay. Git rebase 5.1 stable. I'm going to do interactive because I want to make sure that it's not going to do anything weird. I have that many commits? Wait a second. Oh, wow. Those are all mine. I mean, that's it. So hopefully it goes well. Fingers crossed. Awesome. Okay. So, log? How far do I have to go? Okay, apparently I went too far. There's my commits. Tag 451 stable. Bump version to 451 stable. Change log. Okay. I need to edit this so it says not production. And then I guess I should go over here. And then I would do build. Oh gosh. I could run help. I think I have a secret option -A. Yeah. Which is my specialty. Okay. No, 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 no. Don't do that. Yeah, I wanna run build. Oh. /build A. A for all. Or all. Oh, there goes the compile counter. I think I got to 1 or something. Oh no, it still says 0. Yeah. How am I still compiling? Hopefully, this finally fixes the crashes. It literally says in the change log, it says in the change log that there was a fix for crash with X11, which I think is what I'm using. I'm not sure because I know there's Wayland, X11, and stuff, and Hyperland. I have no clue. There's like 3 names for the same thing, and they all like do similar stuff. I have no idea. But hopefully I'm not going to get crashed anymore when I'm just using the editor. Hopefully that stops. There's my vehicle stuff. Okay, well I guess while that goes, I can probably... Whoops. Okay. Hit the wrong buttons. I can probably just start writing it while it's compiling. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna start going. I'm gonna add. This is actually kind of the issue. I need the UID, don't I? As in resource, I'll just call it blue noise. Is there a way that I can... And I also need to figure out my keyboard at some point because this just sucks. Honestly, man, I think it's probably just time that I get a new keyboard. It's probably just time. I get keycaps. Unfortunately, they don't fit perfectly with this Razer keyboard. And particularly the Shift key, the C key, and a couple other keys I can't remember off the top of my head. Sometimes they just don't register. They like catch or something on the switch underneath. The cap just like catches and doesn't fully press down. I don't know what's going on with it. Yeah, see, just there I missed the C key. I didn't miss the C key. I definitely pressed it. It just didn't. W key also does it. I think, honestly, all of them do this. Dang, that's going to be a while. Okay. So it will have an export. I think it's probably probably hint none, empty string, and then usage. Property usage? Property usage. No. I think just storage is probably the way that I'm meant to be writing that. This will be the image. The actual image. It's probably like image 2D or something. Image 2D is a resource, I believe, so I should start this off as null. Null just makes it an invalid resource. Or actually, no, null in GDScript actually makes it null. In C, it would just be a resource that is invalid. You have to call it is valid on it. And then I think... is like editor button? I can look. Which one of these do I think it is? I think region definitely has a button. Export tool button. Okay. The string that I wanted to have. And then I'll just leave it empty for now. I don't know. What's been my thing? I just went to the end. BTN. Just be equal to a function called generate. I think I'll call it editor generates. Because the idea with having a different function for the editor is that I can ask, hey, you already have an image, or your specified parameters are gonna take a while. Are you sure you want to wait for that? Just gonna call generate. Oh no, stop. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Notes. Probably ask about overwriting existing noise slash long weights for high-res noise. So yeah, generator is literally just going to overwrite noise. So noise, I'm going to assume image. It's probably done. It sounds like it's done. It's done. Okay. I can stop writing here. Awesome. I'm just going to close. All right. I'm going to test that crash thing immediately. And see if it's okay now. And I know one way to test it is just to open view and see what happens. Or yeah, view. See if it freezes if I hover over something. .3D view gizmos, and this should crash it eventually. It's lasting a while. Damn, it crashed. That's tough. Or did it? That's really sad. All right, I'm going to go ahead and look it up. Godot crashes when... None of this is recent. Damn. What does it think? I mean, honestly, it could be that. I would actually believe it's that. So let me go try turning that off. That's an option that I've been changing back and forth quite a few times. I'm gonna freeze for like 20 seconds. So. Okay. I wonder if I should also make Steam set to the 5.1 stable. Alright, I'm gonna go turn that off though. It's mostly just been a thing where like full screening or pinning the window does weird stuff. So I'll just see if I can even get into that menu first of all without things crashing, because I have to be very careful when I move my mouse, because hovering those settings also causes crashes. That pop-up window will crash. Editor settings. Yes, I need to be very careful. It said one window, single window. Single window mode. It's already off. What is multi-window? And it's probably crashed because I hovered that, but I just needed to read it. Yeah, it crashed. Okay, so I'll try turning it on and seeing if that maybe fixes it. See you in 20 seconds. And just to be safe, I'm going to go and set the Steam version as well. And then I will have to probably... well, I guess it's already on that. Can I do, like, check for updates? Weird. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'll go turn on single window. I thought I had it on. Is that what it says? I thought I had it on, is the thing. But I guess I didn't have it on. Alright, I'm gonna go and test it. I mean, I'll look first to see that it's on. Single window mode is on. Now I'm just gonna hover this and see what happens. Does it crash? I'm really just looking at that cursor. The cursor should stop after a while. It might be okay. I think it crashed when that popped up. Wow. Okay. The thing is, I thought this broke things, but maybe turning that off. Maybe I had it on before and I turned it off, and that broke things. Kind of wish I could go back. I mean, I could. I have like every second of me ever doing this recorded. Awesome. It's not crashing. It's just cool. All right. Image 2D is apparently not a real thing. But I happen to know it's a resource. Image, texture. Maybe it was texture 2D. Is there image? There's image. Image. Native image data type. Native. Yeah, that's what I want. Image which can be converted to an image texture. Okay, so I think this is just... Oh, does this maybe have a max? No. This is probably what I want. Does get data, raw data? Good. And I can use get pixel value with a point, and that will... Same as get pixel with a vector 2i instead of 2 integer arguments. Or just get pixel then. Max width and max height, a very large image. So yeah, probably just using the image resource, saving, well, this is a resource, so it'll be self-contained. I wonder if working with a texture is better. Probably not, actually. There's a lot of stuff here that I really don't need. So yeah, an image, definitely just image. I thought image 2D, but I guess it got mixed up with the other things. The problem here is definitely saving it. Because I believe this is the property that gets saved, which means if I save it as a resource, a texture, a text resource format, it's going to explode. I don't want that. So yeah, probably... I need to go ahead and fix the window. Just one sec. Okay. All right, that's as good as it's gonna get. I guess perhaps I definitely need to save it as something, right? Save PNG, load PNG. I don't know which one of these is probably more compressed. I'm gonna assume PNG is gonna be better for noise. I don't know. Direct to draw surface, store textures in various compression formats. BC7. Just go with PNG, I think. Definitely issue is going to be the color. If I can just pass in a single value would be nice. Yeah, I cannot. Unfortunate. H. I don't know. Is there really no way to create from just an integer? Hex integer. The color associated with the provided hex integer 32-bit RGBA format. Okay. So, yeah. I should just be generating a number between 0 and 1, I guess, and then amplifying that. Unless it accepts a float, I don't know. Yeah, I think I just have to do that. Have to multiply that by whatever the max value of this is, which would be, I guess, 4 sets of... Is 1 byte FF? Yeah, 8 bits per channel. 1, 2, 3, 4 bytes. Okay. Out of this, because that gives me a really big range. I'll just, I guess, go ahead and see what that range is. I don't know why I don't know the number, but apparently I just don't. So 2 to the power 32 minus 1, which I think is probably, I can't actually use int max because if I'm doing double, then int max becomes, I'm actually not sure what if int max is different, but that's the value I get. So I amplify it by this value. And then I guess I just ensure that it doesn't, I clamp it to 255, or this value, because I have to subtract 1 from it. Because we have to include 0 as a possible value. Or I think I think random allows me to pull an integer. So. Alright. Blue noise, image, null, generate. Apparently it doesn't like when I don't give it a thing. Oh, I can just leave it empty. Okay, I'll just leave it empty. Tools can we use in tool, right? Of course. Image new. Do I provide it anything? What am I missing here? Do I have to set data width and height? Create is deprecated. Create empty. Okay, so I just want to do create empty with height false and then format. Okay. And I'll use range. 4 to I guess I would do 2 because I'm doing powers of 2, which is what I want to do. I don't think I have to do powers of 2. Yeah, powers of 2 is not a requirement. Just, okay, 4 to 512, steps of 1, and then or greater. Size int will be 128 by default. And then RGBA. It's probably like PNG. RGB A8. Let me see what formats there are. Not very many. Okay. Okay. All right. So ranks is what we're going to return. And then we will generate white noise, I guess given a seed. So I'll do that. Rand from seed. First element is randomized int value. The second is this element is the same as seed. Packed int 64 array of size 2, where its first element is the randomized int value. Second element is the same as seed. And then there's seed. Assess the random number generated base. Setting the seed manually can ensure consistent repeatable results for most random functions. Here's one thing that kind of bothers me. I wish I understood how seed worked. It would be preferable if setting the seed doesn't like adjust any other random number generators. And it's just like in my script, when I call seed, that object gets like a random number generator given to it with that seed. I hope that's how it works. A random unsigned 32-bit integer. Oh, cool. That's the value I want. Rand I. Assuming rand I... Yeah, well, okay. I was going to say doubles. I'm pretty sure double only applies to float and not to int. If they say it's 32-bit, it's always 32-bit. So I can just use rand I. Okay. So that export range. I guess I just do export. Please. Noise seed. Something. Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why not? So we seed with our noise seed. And then step 1 generates white noise image. And I guess I'll do this. I'll call it advanced parameters here. So the first thing that you get is this sigma value. which I'm not sure how it would do a blur actually. Probably image supports this. Image texture maybe supports this. Texture 2D. I feel like someone's got to have a blur function, right? There's got to be a way to blur. And actually, I won't export that. This will be export file path. Filter, I assume, is going to be just PNG. Can I look up documentation, perhaps? File. The filter. Okay. Exporting a resource path, use file instead. Okay, so I probably do file. Okay, so it'll just be string then. All right. Okay. And I guess I can probably do this up here actually. So instead of maybe right here, I would have this be an export. And it will just be, is there an image? Okay, just do none. And this will just be editor and read only. Usage, read only. Read only in the inspector, shown in the editor. So it won't be saved, but it will be shown in the editor, just so I can actually see it. So I click generate, I should be able to see it up here. And then I have no clue how to blur. Maybe I have to use a shader? I don't know. I don't think so. I probably should. I think actually, yeah, I think blur is actually pretty hard to do CPU, even for small images. I don't want to do a compute shader though. I really don't want to do a compute shader. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. So instead, I'm going to just see if I can... Maybe this is it. Maybe. Only 4 minutes?
Hey, Simon here, and
Okay.
today we look at how to create a blurred version of an image for background, for example, in code in Godot. Just a little pre-information. When you Google this, for example, for Blender, they use, here you can see a blurred version, they use often a white noise for that. And this works in Blender, I think, because they have better anti-aliasing or something, or sampling, and then it looks really good. I tried this in a shader in Godot as well, but it didn't work. It was still very, very noisy. I couldn't hide that. That's why I do it now in code. And just so you know, this is how it looked before. So here's our image, and before actually I was storing a blurred version of this image, which I blurred in GIMP, and it's actually very small, but yeah, I still wanted to get rid of this step to open a program and then make a sharp version from the original image. I wanted to do it on the fly. So here we see the code, and what I'm actually doing is very simple. I'm just here I create a new image, and the image is called _blurred, and I just make a copy from the sharp image. The sharp image is here. I assign it basically directly. Yeah. So no special thing. If you want to see here, this is my resource, and here I assign the sharp image, and this I want to get rid of. So I assign the image, no big problem. And
I want Gaussian blur though. Wait a second. Does this use... Is there blur already in here? This is the thing. I think it's here. I think it's already here. I just may not have direct access to it. Let me see this again. Material, parameters, texture, noise, texture, fast noise, and then I think... I thought there was... I guess not. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. But I think I have to. I think my only chance is going to be... What happened to the image? Is that the sigma value? Probably. What happened to the edge of the image? I think it's probably because it's just reading invalid data and that's what's happening. That's why it looks like that. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know what's happening in the edges. What is this? Wait, what is this? Hang on, GodotShaders.com. What the hell? I don't know what's going on with the edges. All right, let me look just a little bit more here. I might have some option. What's with the blit? Oh, yeah. Okay. It's a copy function. Alright, here's my idea. I'm gonna assume that they just have Gauss somewhere in here. Gauss, whatever. Somewhere in here. And I'm gonna find it. Copy effects. Effects. Source, what? Oh. Why can't I set a value? Surely I could set a value. That's weird. Really? What? Is that? Ah, that's it. Okay. So I definitely want this, and it does require me to go there. And I'm not sure if I can even use this, but I think I probably can. Maybe. Maybe. So I'll look for... I'll just like straight up type it in. See if it even... Really? Oh my gosh. Whoops. Let's just go back up here. It might be here. Can I search for blur? Wait, what was this? Oh, render device. rendering device. Texture. Damn. Copy effect. I might. Ooh. Is there a copy command? Texture copy. Hmm. Render effects. Yeah. Copy. Gaussian copy. Maybe it's actually here. I don't think there was a copy here, though. I think you have to... Oh, I don't know. Maybe it is. Texture. Because I'm just looking to see if I can find that enumeration. And if I can, then in theory, that means there's a function that accepts that enumeration, and that's the function I would use. Okay. Let's see if I can find where copy mode Gaussian copy is used. And I think I always have to escape that and rerun it because it's like weird. Okay. What is happening? Copy mode. Gaussian copy. It's only used here. What? Copy constant. 8-bit destination. Copy mode. It's 8-bit, it's that. Copy effects blur. And yeah, I'm assuming the size. The size is like the parameters for the blur. Push constant section. Position. Region. Position. Wait, what? Oh, width and height. There it is. Okay. Damn. Okay. Looks like I have to do that shader part myself, which sucks. Hey, Gorsa. What are you doing? Sorry, that was 3 minutes ago. I wasn't paying attention. I am trying to figure out how to get a Gaussian blur. I was hoping Godot already has it. It kind of does. It's not something I can use, though, it seems. I don't know why. I'm even a little confused about why it's set up this way. Because they have a region and a size, but I'm a little confused. Where would it be? Price servers? Was it? Rendering, render effect, no shaders effect, and then I think copy has it, most likely. But I don't see. Oh, there it is. Where is the... Does it actually not work that way? That doesn't look... Right, yeah. Sigma 2, okay. Should I just downscale and upscale? Like, I could. I don't think that would look very good, though. You know, I'll go back to this video. I don't think it will look very good. Because it's not... I mean, it's only to, like, estimate density, right? So it's not even... But how do I know how much to... That's the problem, right? I don't actually know how much to... What is this? This is actually, like, new. That also kind of looks like just rescaling.
You can download the arts in the video for free, link in the description. For a blur shader, we will first add a color vector known to the scene. This is what we will use to overlay the blur effect. Then under material, select empty, select shader material, select it, then select empty again, and select new shader. I will name it blur, then press create, then select the shader on the right to open up the shader code window. Inside the code, we will first define the shader type as canvas item. Canvas item basically means that this shader will render in 2D. Additionally, inside the shader code, you must put a semicolon at the end of every line of code. We will then create two variables. We use uniform to make the variable an export variable. This will allow us to edit the variable on the right, although for screen texture we use uniform for its other function, and that is to have its value set by the Godot rendering system, as this variable is meant to grab the texture of the screen. And we put sampler 2D or float to declare this as a variable. In shader code you write the type of the variable instead of just writing var or var. Then you can apply an additional hint for what this variable can and cannot equal. For screen texture, hint screen texture states that this variable represents a screen texture, which having this ensures Godot provides the current screen's rendered image. Then filter linear bitmap is the texture filter of the screen texture. You can change this to any of the other texture filters inside of Godot, including filter nearest bitmap, and we use bitmap filtering because a bitmap is a series of pre-downscaled and progressively blurrier versions of a texture, meaning we can use those bitmaps to create a fast, smooth blur effect by sampling from a lower resolution bitmap level. And for the blur amount, we simply define a range of what the amount can equal, with 0.0 being the minimum and 5.0 being the maximum, and we make this equal 1.5 to have the default value be 1.5. Then for functions inside of shaders, we treat them in the same way as the difference between Godot variables and shader uniforms, where we define what the function will equal to declare it. So for the built-in fragment function, we declare it as void, as nothing will equal this function, and this function won't return any value. Additionally, we must use curly brackets at the start and end of the function, and this is the exception
I don't want to
where
write
you
a
don't need
blur
a semicolon
shader.
at the end of the line. The fragment function is a function that
I'm gonna have to do a compute shader, aren't I?
pixel to compute the final color of the object with this shader applied. Inside, we'll define a variable to store the version of the screen with blur. Vec3 is a vector 3 that contains
He's
X,
just
Y,
gonna
and Z
rescale
value,
it, isn't
which
he?
we can use to store the RG and B values by making red equal the X, green equal the Y, and blue
Yeah,
equal the
he's
Z.
using
Then we
LOD. Man. That's not what I want. That is the same thing as literally just downscaling and upscaling. Prime candidate for natural deselection. That's not what I want. Oh, okay, so... Wait a second. Wait a second. I already have... Hang on. I just remembered. I have this. I have. Do you remember where it actually is? No. Honestly, I don't. It's somewhere here. I have this. This is a blur shader. So I should be using this. Does it wrap? I don't know how that works. It needs to wrap. What is this? Inverse resolution, offset, position multiplier. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I think I can tell it to wrap the image, actually, and it will, or set the sampler to wrap. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, so I can use this, though I don't remember where I use this blur, if at all. I think I used it for, yeah, it's used for auto exposure. Yeah, okay. So it should already be just kind of set up. I just have to remember where I do this. It's probably dynamic day. No. Post process. Can I just... What? Can I just tell it offset? Okay. I think I just came up with these numbers. I might have just made these up. Yeah, these are definitely made up because these aren't correct. But I just use this value at the end. I think it's probably tone map is where I do all the work. Okay, no, it's not. Is it auto exposure? Because I have to blur it. No, I remember now. Oh. Okay, hang on. This feels a little sensitive. Maybe I'm just crazy. Let me go to this guy. Where's he at? What? Oh. He's over here floating in the air. Okay. And T-posing. This is probably I'm just gonna turn on the blur effect here. So oh, here it is. Ooh. Okay. So let me see what apparently I thought these would be. 0.5 is 1 pixel apparently. Just delete these. Are you seeing anything? I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, so that doesn't do anything. Now we're getting a blur. When I said 2 is this, which is definitely not correct. This is probably more like 4 or 5. Probably 0.5 and 1.5, I guess. So, right. So, also offset multiplier. Oh, right. This is also like focus or something. Interesting effect. Alright, so the question is, how do I do this? I think it's probably like this, right? I give it the source, right, to source at end. What? I wrote, do I even use this? I'm so confused. Do I even use this? Like, how would I get the result? I mean, this looks like it's list to use. Oh. Does this work? Okay. Is this actually what? Oh, also apparently this. Wait, no, did I fix the crash or not? Hang on, I don't remember. Global. There's the blur. What am I using that for? I wrote this whole thing, and I think I put it in here and I tested. I'm like, that's cool, and then I never used it. I literally never used it. So I'm actually just kind of confused. I'm just kind of confused. Okay. So I see what this is. This compositor effect literally just runs the global blur. And it provides input image, which is just the screen. Okay. So I can use the global thing, which kind of sucks. It does suck. Anyway, alright, whatever. I don't care. It's my own thing. I can do what I want. 1 second. Okay. Get an image. How do I put this on the render server though? That's a great question. How do I put this on the render server? Generate white noise image. This kind of sucks, actually. Realistically, this could be a shader. A progressive shader where I tell it, what would it do? The problem here is I have to keep synchronizing with whatever. Whatever. Generate a white noise image. Okay. So, for X in range. I'm going to write it like this. Okay. Noise, set pixel to X, Y, color, X, rand, I. Seed with noise, seed. Okay. All right. Step 1 done. Now, I need to do this. So I need to get placed pixels is an initial ratio here. So I will do that. That's my next thing. Range. I don't think I should be allowed to go to 0 or 1 because I think that just doesn't do anything. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I'll just call it ratio. And it'll be 0.1. Do I generate the white noise image? I don't think so. Generate placed pixels. And then what I do is I check if the oh no, I need the wait. Do I need the noise? Initial white noise. It actually doesn't use that. Okay. The white noise is discarded. So I can just generate placed pixels immediately. Okay. So I will do I'll write this all out initially, and then if I discover that I don't need to have more than one image, then that's fine. Wait, what? Hang on, no. Format max? What does it even mean? Oh, that's just nothing. You're gonna do pixels. If rand f is greater than, or actually is less than or equal to, what do they write? They write greater than 1 minus the ratio. Greater than or equal to 1 minus the ratio. Okay, so I'm gonna do less than 1 minus the ratio. Or less than the ratio. Not just less than or equal to the ratio. Then I just set the pixel to white, which should be all ones. Yep. Step 2, spread pixels. I will need to track this. So size minus size squared. 32 times 32. I don't know it. Okay. So then I need placed, or I guess count. And then and I'm gonna do a test here. If count is equal to 0 or 1, actually if count is less than 2, then I'm probably gonna do like a push error and just say build to produce a initial noise, try a larger size, or increase the ratio. And we'll stop there. Okay. So now I've got all the values placed, remaining, and then I need a previous swap location. If I could type my letters in the right order. Just be vector 2 on. It's going to be the special indexed value, I guess. Turn up the game here. So it's going to be like this thing. I need to, first of all, I need to blur it. So it's kind of an issue. I think I might put like a max iterations on this and set it to like 1,000 and see if that's a good value for 128. 1 to 10,000, 1 or greater, Max iterations. I'll see if 1,000 is a good value. So I'm going to do var iterations, and I will do while max iterations. Okay. Because I don't want to do a while true. So first I have to blur it. So I need to produce a blurred texture. So I guess what I do is I will... Damn it. I actually do have to use... How does the render server work? Can I just submit something anytime? Because access to the rendering state is only valid during rendering and should not be stored. I guess the idea of that is... yeah, okay. I think this is fine. Call on render thread initialize, sets it up. Blur. I think I can just submit it anytime, and I just have to wait for synchronization, and then my image should be ready at that point. I think that's all I have to do. I do have to create a render device though, because I still have to do this. I still have to create the texture, which requires this, and then I have to copy into that somehow. So pretty much just need all that. Pretty much. And then RD will have to be this and this. Okay. Generate, if not, here's the thing, right? This has to run. Right. I do have to run call on render thread. Oh man. I think it's fine. Actually, you know what? I think it's totally fine. So I'll have generate here. An editor generate, and I can do this. Rendering server. Call on render thread. Generate. Okay. So now I'm on the render thread. Which means I think I can start calling synchronize in the middle of this when I need it to. So that would be like rendering server for sync. Yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. So I'll be able to do that. Now I just say if not... I don't think I even need to do this. Maybe I do, I don't know. Get to rendering device. I think it's fine for me to just call that whenever. And then just do everything all in one go. So I'll say Is it rendering device? Render device. Then this is just an error, but this should never happen. And I'll do, yeah, sure, whatever. Create empty image, generate place pixels. Step 2, spread pixels. So I just need to create some stuff here. I have to create an image. So this will be, blur RID will be an RID, which will be render. I wish my shift key worked. RD create text groups create text texture create like this. Texture format, I don't need that. I would like R8. I don't think it matters which one of these I pick. Maybe just sRGB. Width, size. So storage, copy 2. I need to copy into it. I need to copy it. I think I have to do copy out of it so I can get the results. I think I have to do that. Copy 2. It's a bit weird. Oh, I need copy 2 if I need to... Yeah, so I definitely need copy 2. And I definitely need copy from. So this would be blur. The RD texture create. Texture view. Do I need anything else? No. Oh, I can provide initial data. Maybe I do write this. Nah, I think all it does is it will just copy it in there. So then what I can probably do is do copy, texture copy. Oh. All right, so I have to have some way to Huh. Texture, huh? What? How do I do this? Is it like texture set data? Texture update? Oh, here it is. Update texture new data. Okay, cool. That's what I want. So, texture updates. I'll just simply write it like this. Okay, so the first thing we do is I will write, I need to blur it. So I need to copy in my current pixels. So do texture update. Texture update. Blur RID is layer 0 with data, which should just be pixels. 2-byte array or something. Get data. Fact byte array. Cool. And these just have to be the same format. RGBA8. RGBA8. Oh. Wait. An sRGB to linear conversion is performed. I'm guessing it comes in as float because color is float. This says I have to perform an sRGB to linear because it's stored as sRGB. Signed. I don't even know if sRGB means signed, but -1 to 1, right? Oh no, it's not signed. 0 to 1. Whatever. Maybe. I need to update the texture. I don't think I have to do the other thing. I think I can just write that, and then I can do... do I have to? I don't think I have to. Forbidden during creation of a draw or compute list. Okay. Texture requires the usage can update bit. Oh. So I don't need copy to. I just need update. Can update. Okay. And then I need copy from, I don't think it, no, it probably needs, it definitely needs sampling. Doesn't need a copy to. Unless perhaps this one has that. No, I don't think so. No, because I'm not copying, I'm just writing. Storage means writing. Okay. If it fails, I'll just throw in more bits and see what works. All right, so I should just be able to now say that the global blur size passes by 0.5 and then 1.5, and then offset multiplier 0, right to source at end true. Okay. And then I will just call for sync so we get it to blur at that point. Now I have the result. So then I need to find this value. So I need to copy the data out and go through each pixel, find the index position of the largest value, and then find the index position of the smallest value. And then I just have the coordinates, and then I run that stuff. So, okay. And we're just flipping them around. Okay. And this is just white and black. I wonder if, since this is actually just, since noise, okay, well, noise is going to come out as that. Pixels is actually not going to be that. Pixels does have a different format. Though I'm not sure if there's any such thing as just true or false. I doubt it. And you know what? I'm not going to care about it. It's fine. It's fine. Because I think this data format... Well, actually... Let me... Yeah, let me look at this. Source... Is this the whole thing? Color as a vec4. RGBA 16. Let me check this. Okay, so yeah, I think I actually do have to use that. Okay. RGBA 8. This will be that result. But pixels, I guess, has to be the same thing. So, formats RGBA 16. F H 16-bit. Okay. I think that's what I need. And I set them to white. All that. Okay. So find max min words. Okay, so we'll do var highest float will be I can just read any channel, right? Yeah, because I'm setting it to white, so I can read any channel. I might be able to just extract a single color channel from that image, hopefully. That'd be best. Highest will be negative infinity. Lowest will be infinity. And then I do have X and Y up there, so I'll do this again. X, 0, 0. So yeah, now the thing is getting this information. So I think it's texture get data. From the packed byte array. Yeah, okay. So what I'll do is create another image. Create RGB H somewhere around here. There it is. And then I should just be able to do blur image set data. Okay, whatever. All right. Okay. All right. And then I just grab the pixel each time. So foot will be blur image. Is there a way to get one channel? No. This, honestly, this kind of sucks. I will say this kind of sucks. Because I'm blurring it. Whatever, it happens on the GPU. This part kind of sucks because this is copying. Which is kind of bad. You know what, maybe I shouldn't write this as an image. I should just... Because it's a packed byte array. So what I really do is I would do get float. Or I guess I'd actually write get color, really. Let me do that. I'll do this. Then I can do... I think blur data has get color. It literally has get color. Or decode color or something. Nope. Dang, okay. So I have to decode half. Half means 16-bit. Okay. So this should just be... size times y plus x times okay, this is a bit 4 times this value. So I get the pixel. This is the pixel. Then I multiply by 4 to get to the component. And then I have to... Actually, I don't have to do anything. I was going to say I probably have to add 1. I don't need to do that. It's just this value. There's the value. And I say if value is greater than highest. Just to do voidist. If we're greater than a highest, highest equals v, densest is not equal to that stuff. And then I will say if we're lower than lowest, very similar to the same thing. So get the min and max. And then I just check if these two are the same, voidest and densest. Which I guess I can just make previous swap actually just be a array of vector 2 high. Sure. And then if previous swap is equals, whatever. The order this probably matters. Voidest and then densest. And then we're setting previous swap to densest and voidest. Right, that's a big thing. Break. If what was this? If they're the same. I don't know how that would happen, but apparently it can happen. And then we just set densest to be black, voidest to be white. That's what it does. Okay. So pixels, set pixel V, densest to be black. Yeah. And then, so V, voidest, white. And then previous swap will be equal to densest, voidest. And then I went to the iteration. Okay. That should be it. Then we just blur it every time and keep doing that. The only issue is that the wrapping isn't really true. It's actually not going to wrap. But I'm a bit suspicious of something. Oh, right. That's it. If the blurred image multiplied by the pixel and the blurred image plus the pixel, that's what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay. If value times okay, I'm gonna get the pixel here, which will just be also float. Pixels get pixel XY red. Times that is greater than this if V plus that is less than that. Okay. And that's how they do it, right? Multiplied for add for multiply for max, add for min. Okay. Oh, right. Here's a mistake. Y is equal to 0. And that same mistake is up here as well. Okay, I don't need that. I don't need that. Okay. Now, this doesn't actually wrap. But I think there's a way, there probably is a way I can do this. Maybe. I think wrapping is actually by default, possibly. Though I'm not sure. Is it texture view? I think it's the sampler. Right, it's actually the sampler. So sampler with texture. Right, so here's where I would have to specify how this works. Though I don't know how I would say to wrap. How do I say to wrap? Do I have to do it? Oh wait, sampler. That's okay. This is what I want. So I think, yeah. Repeats UVW. The default is 2, which I think actually probably means it does repeat. It clamps to edge. Okay. So is this a thing where I have to like create it? I think I probably need to tell it. Yeah, okay. Sampler, I'll call the sampler lamp. Actually, I'll just write it like this, really. Then I'll do sampler lamp. Call the sampler clamp up here. Sampler wrap. Because I want to be able to specify which one of these I want to do. And then, whoops. Oh, shit. There we go. Sampler. Wrap. Getting the wrong key again. Okay. I'm gonna do sampler state repeat. Repeat mode. Just repeat. And here's the thing, I don't know if I don't think I have to specify W, but I'm gonna specify W anyway. Although it's weird. It feels really weird to do that. Only effective for 3D samplers. So I'm not going to have a 3D sampler, so I don't need to do that. Okay. Sampler wrap. Or is it sampler? Sampler create, sampler state. Okay, there we go. Awesome. So now whenever I run this, I can probably pass another thing. List to use. Null. I'll add this to the end. And I'll do wrap. False. Wrap is already a function, isn't it? Is wrap a function? Wrapped. Okay, and then when I bind the sampler, I just change it depending on which one I want. So if wrapped, we do sampler wrap. Otherwise I do wrap. Okay. And I just realized I went a very long time without saving. But that should fix it. Okay. So now the blur will blur along the edges nicely. Okay. I just have to specify that, so I would just say no and then true. Okay. Wrong thing. Not here. Here. Null and true. Okay. Okay, so I think that's it. For that step. Cool. Now I guess for step Step 3, doing the ranks. So I place all the pixels with their value decreasing. Okay. And then that's a lot of iterations. And we were blurring it again every time. Jeez. Okay. What I don't understand is the colors, right? The colors kind of don't make any sense. I really don't understand the colors here. And how I go from this to grayscale, because it's setting it to 96, and then this is set. The range here is over the range of the image scale, right? So I mean, I guess it's supposed to, yeah, I mean, I guess it's supposed to be that way, right? Essentially what I do is I will take the rank and I divide it by the size of the image, I think is what I'm supposed to do. To get the value. That's what I think, at least. Just the weird thing is they're setting it to 0. 0 is like red, which doesn't make any sense to me. This makes more sense to me, right? But also what doesn't make sense to me is that if we're setting it 0, this is the red channel, so it should be dark, and then it gets progressively brighter and brighter red. Or we start by placing something that's kind of reddish and then it gets darker and darker. Maybe just already really dark. I don't know. Whatever. Also, I think the blur is probably too much. I think I might need to drop that or something. Step 3, place lower values into noise is basically what we're doing here. So we go backwards from that. We find the brightest pixel and then set that value to be that pixel's value. Which should just be the number of pixels that I have. Or that value. What? That value divided by the number of pixels I have? Is that right? As the color? Can I divide colors? What can I do with color? Pick color? That's new. Division by a float. Or an int. Divide each component of the color by the given int. I'll just make it a float. I don't know. And in fact, really what I'm doing is I'm just having it multiply by that value, then multiply it by the inverse value. What? The rank times the inverse. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it'll be size times size, or 1 over. Okay. For rank in a range, the number of placed, we're going down to 0. Blurred, not ranked. Same thing again. Okay, let me... I think I probably need to put this into its own thing. Nah, it's probably fine. Want to end remaining. Yeah, okay. My W key work? Is it greater than or equal to 0? I think the stop is that it stops before 0. So if my count was 1, it would do 1 and then stop. Yeah. Okay, so we blur, we find the densest one, and then we have that. And not ranked, or ranked is the result. Okay. Texture update to not ranked. Not ranked is I mean, really it is just kind of, well, I guess it's actually just pixels. Yeah, I can just start modifying pixels again. So I'll just do this. Pixels get data. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay, and then we just have that coordinates and pixels goes to black, noise goes to white times the rank times the inverse rank. Yeah. You do it in that order specifically. And pixels to that. I think this is placing lower values, right? Yeah, place lower values into noise, and then this would be the other one. Next one is going to be place higher values into noise. Oh man. And it's going to be the same thing, but instead of doing that, we're going to be doing void and then adding. So this would be rank times the inverse rank, and this would be placed plus rank times the inverse rank, which, yeah, okay. Yeah, just rank equals 0. Remaining. All very similar stuff. Actually, yeah, how does this work? We take placed pixels. Oh, okay. So I see why we need to make that copy. Do you have to make the copy? Okay, so copy. duplicate. Copy source image to this image. Yeah, that's what I want. This is going to be not right. So we're not modifying pixels. And then here we can start modifying pixels. So now I'm going the other way around, and I'm doing voidist. Is it white? I'm setting it to white, I think. Yep, setting it to white. And then that plus ranked. So it should just be white times rank plus count times inverse rank. And count should just be number of pixels that I placed, and then remaining is the total size minus the count. Okay. Okay. Add one to the rank, rank plus count. Okay. Save the path. And free resources. Okay, so the thing I have to do here is just call RD free RID. Yeah. I think that's it, right? That's actually, yeah, that's it. That's the only thing I made. It was just the blur texture. Cool. Noise. Save PNG to noise path. Cool. Is that actually it? That might be it. And I'll actually do this as well. What is it called? Blur passes. Backflow 32. Yep, backflow 32, right? Let's reset that. All right. Okay, now I need to create one of these, I guess. So in order to test it. So this should be an instance setting. Yep. And then I'll have an export for blue noise. I should just be able to click on this now and see it. Okay. Where am I saving these environments? It's probably scene, world. This. Oh, open a file. Oh, so this is supposed to be like, I'm supposed to have like a save thing or something. What? There's supposed to be a way to set this so that you can, it's like, so when I select it, it's gonna save it there instead of doing that. I believe I had this for the behavior thing that I was working on. I can't remember. It says, not. Okay. File. Where you store as a raw path. This is what I don't get. I don't understand. Is there something here in the usage that allows me to say it's like a save file? Oh. Hint save file. So I'm looking for a save file. Okay. Save file. Okay. And then I have to give it a new string. Okay. Oh, no. I have to do... Okay. Here we go. Oh yeah, name. Okay, there it is. Just gonna say, really? It's still gonna force me to pick something else? Okay. What is this? Tree noise. Save as tree noise PNG. Cool. And then if I click generate, wow, this is a lot longer than I thought it would be. Okay. So I need to have some way to... I'm going to assume this is actually... I wrote an infinite loop. In fact. That looks like what just happened. So, unfortunate. I don't think it should take that long, so I'm going to try again with a much smaller size, and I'm going to put rinse in the middle. So that I can see what's going on. I'm gonna do like a 4x4. It should... Yeah. Like the smallest value I can set it to. Tree noise 4, and then prints. Print, generating initial noise. While x is less than size, we're adding 1. While y is less than size, we're adding 1. Good. Step 2, print, spreading pixels. Okay. This could be the mistake. That's my thinking. So let me just write it out. I mean, I won't. Actually, I'll just leave it like that. Okay, let me print. Placing low values. Placing high values. Rank add 1. We're incrementing them. Incrementing. Okay. So I don't see the infinite loop here, but I'm guessing there must be one somehow. It could even be the force sync is just really, really slow. I'll find out. Okay, it did it. Okay. Alright, let's go to 8. It's a very interesting looking picture here. I might have something wrong. Seems like I probably do. Yeah, that's definitely not right. Oh, I'm not resetting highest. Where am I? No. What? What have I done? It has a very particular look to it. The first pixel's pure white, and then it's this weird gradient all the way. So it's definitely wrong. Yeah, it's definitely wrong. Okay, and it starts taking a while. That already took a while to run. 32 by 32. That's really slow. And it always has the same look, which is really odd. So it's possible this is incorrect? Yeah, really not sure. This is really, really slow for small images. It's really slow. That was several seconds. And it's just wrong again. It is just wrong. So, oh, it should be V plus. It should be that. This might be the mistake. It's a mistake for sure. Alright, let me go back to like 16 so I can generate this in some reasonable amount of time. Still wrong. Still have this odd, very bright pixel. Is this wrong? Let me go down to 4x4. Failed to produce initial noise. Yeah. Okay. So I think what I want to do is probably just print these out as I go. I'll do that. Generate 60? What? Do I not know how pixels work? Apparently I don't know how pixels work. Okay. So that's not what I thought I would see. Gotta do pixels, get data. Load 32. Maybe that's what I should do. That's probably why my no, that wouldn't be why the decoding is. That would not be why the decoding is wrong. I'm decoding half. It should come out correctly. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's not right. Should this be a float? Right. Just give me a color array? I don't... Interesting. Yeah, so... It's not correct. The copy step must just be incorrect, I think. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to run noise set data. Let's scroll through it because otherwise if I start typing it's gonna be weird. Path to blur data and then return. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, so that's not right. That didn't blur. I got the 2 pixels, but it did not blur. And this should actually be blur passes. I mean, I wonder if I could do these at the same time. If doing some thread tricks here would be good. I don't know. I mean, definitely the synchronization is just really hard on it because every time I do the synchronization to this, it's copying an image, which is really, really slow. I mean, if there's a way to like retrieve just a small portion of the texture. I could definitely write this as a shader, like a full shader. It's just going to be complicated. I don't really know how to do that. Because essentially what I do is I run the whole image through a blur, and then every single pixel I would dispatch essentially the shader for every pixel, and What? Actually, I don't know how I would do that. I mean, I don't know how I would do that. I actually don't know how I would do that. As a shader, I really don't. So this is really, really dang slow. I think I can do this step and this step at the same time. Probably. I think I definitely could. That would cut the synchronizations in half and the copies in half. No, it wouldn't. Wow. How? What is shared? I don't know. The thing is, the shader only gets benefit when you can write it such that you're doing an operation per pixel, right? I don't know how I can find the brightest pixel deterministically running effectively every pixel at the same time. I guess I could write it kind of like how Quicksort does, where the first pass is given like a 2x2 region, and it would write the value of the brightest pixel and the coordinate of the brightest pixel, and then you would do a larger region where it'll just read those 4 pixels that were computed, and then write that back. That's essentially how the blur works, I think. Not this blur, but auto exposure works. That's how it gets essentially a single exposure value from an entire image. It does that. But I think that one's probably in an 8x8 region, and it grows from there. But that, I don't need the information of the coordinate, though. Yeah, the real issue is getting the coordinate out of that. I guess that's how I could do it. Because then I can run it through a blur, then I can run it through a min-max function, and then I can synchronize, and then I can move the pixels. Or not even that. Still keeping on the GPU, then I could perform the swap from that. No, because at some point I have to know that I'm done, right? I guess what it can do is it can just swap them, and then it writes 2 pixels that say which 2 pixels it swapped, and then I synchronize on my side, and then I say, all right, did we just repeat a previous swap? And if it did, then I stop that pipeline, and I go on to something else. I don't want to do shaders, man. But I guess it's a way I could do it. I just don't know how I would do that. And you know what, man? This is just... It's getting so far away from what I'm trying to do here. I just want to place... I just want to place some trees. But I need to generate blue noise. But that... The cluster void thing is so slow. Mainly it's because I have to do the blur on GPU, which I guess if I did it CPU, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. The synchronization wouldn't be happening anymore. Because yeah. Actually, no, that would be bad because this blur is really fast and really good. That's part of what this implementation is. So I guess I can just look at auto exposure and see how they're doing this, because this is what they do. They do this. Memory barrier and barrier. Which essentially just means every shader that's running has to stop, or it runs this, which is like the initial step, and then we do a barrier, and then we start doing this thing, which this is all just to compute t. T is equal to a location. Yeah. Essentially, we're just summing up the pixel value, and then eventually t is 0. This is the very top left pixel. This one will do the final computation stuff, where they take the pixel value that was written there. I guess I can do this and do that and just figure out how to make it work. Like I said, essentially, I would say start in a 4x4 area. Write the value in the index in the first 2 pixels. I guess it could be in the first pixel, because the first pixel would just store the value, and then it would store that as a float, and it has to store the index as a float, which kind of sucks. And essentially just trying to find the largest value. It can also find the smallest value at the same time, right? So pixel 0 could be the largest value in its index, and then pixel 1 is the smallest value in its index, and then we would grow that size, because then we have to do this. This step is important. Essentially, this is just to ensure that at some points that pixel stops, that group stops working, I guess. Where's temp data? Oh, there it is. All right. I'm not going to worry about the time. I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, so the blur is just not working. Really weird. It's obviously getting the data, and then I call this. Do I have to possibly do this twice? Right source at end. True. Okay. What if I do that? It's still just not doing anything. Why is the blur not working? Oh. Is that really it? I messed up. I know the pixels are fine. I don't care about pixels. Alright, what's going on with this offset value? It's just passed in. There's something. So confused. Why are they gone? Okay. Really? Is it a bug? Weird. What if I do 0.5? Whoa. I think you're definitely supposed to be using 0.5s. Let's do this. 0.5, 0.5, 1. I think this is probably what it should be. Maybe too much. Because if I understand this correctly, how this works is that you're essentially taking the image, you're blurring a pixel out by like 0.25. If you think about an individual pixel, you essentially multiply its position by like 0.25, right? So it'll go out like a quarter of its size or whatever. And then that image, you do it again, but on half scale. So pass 2 is essentially a double of that. What if I were to go smaller, actually? Or maybe I just do 0.5 and then 0. Or 0 and then 0.5. Looks the exact same. It just gets dim really fast. I mean, I guess what really matters is just like the power of the blur, right? So I guess as long as there's some kind of blur happening that's not like totally destroying it, then it's fine. I don't know. It does seem like it's just too much. It seems like it's just straight up too much. This. Is there like what does this think? It doesn't think anything. It doesn't know what I'm asking. I was gonna say I think I know what this is too. Damn. Oh man. So I literally just have to come up with numbers. I don't know, maybe that's good. 0.5 is good enough. Okay. I don't know, let's see what happens now. Still looks like that. So Do I have to use that 16-bit? It does say 16. Okay. Let me just make it an image. If I can find the G. I'm assuming this is going to be way slower. But apparently I just don't know how to like decode stuff, possibly. So. Better, maybe. Maybe that's better. It definitely seems to have a certain thing to it where it's putting brighter pixels in the bottom, darker ones in the top left, and brighter ones in the bottom right, which is not what it was supposed to do. But it seems like that's what it's doing. I think it's definitely just doing that. I think that top pixel is always very, very dark. And it's possibly because of this value. Perhaps it should be an equals. And now it just flips it around. So now the brighter ones are at the top, then dang. I mean, I think it's just definitely implemented. I've done it wrong. I've just done it wrong somehow. Yeah, that's odd. I don't understand like how I could have written that wrong. It's really, really simple. I mean, it's gotta just be the blur. The Gaussian blur isn't very good. Or perhaps I need a more extreme blur. Maybe that's it. Maybe there's just a small modification to this. What? That's crazy. Really? That's wild. I must absolutely have a mistake somehow. Okay. So we spread the pixels. I'll see what it looks like after I do this. Why are there... What? Well, that's just obviously wrong. That's definitely wrong. This is what it looks like, and then we spread the pixels, and it's just definitely not right. Yeah, that's not right. That's not what should have happened. Whoa. What? Transparent. Are we? Just be serious. Definitely wrong. Definitely wrong. So this is already incorrect. Somehow. Let me just do one iteration, see what it does after the first iteration. I guess I even say 0. Max iterations won't let me go to 0, so I will allow myself to be 0. So it takes this pixel and puts it there. Which I would kind of say is probably not right. It probably would go over there, but whatever. 2. Move that one over there. Sure. 3. No. No, that can't be right. There are empty pixels that it should definitely have been going to. So, why did that happen? Something goes wrong right here. That's definitely not right. How does that happen? If iters +1 the max iterations. So what does it think here? Oh, well, I guess it's just actually just too much blur. Okay. Wait. It is doing transparent white, isn't it? I hate this. It's literally just the creation of the pixel image is wrong. Yeah, you're stupid. This is actually just stupid. It is straight up stupid. So stupid. The fact that transparent is not transparent black is infuriating. I would almost consider going like into the engine source code and changing that so that transparent is transparent black. That's insane. That transparent is not transparent black. Why? I think it's that way because I literally don't know They literally just don't understand. Transparent black is the way that transparency is handled by like everything. It's always expected that transparent is black. All zeros. The fact that it's not is diabolical, to say the least. Either one, someone didn't understand what they were doing and just thought they were going to be clever and think that one, like transparent white is what it should be. They have a horrible, stupid, dumb, unfounded opinion. Or, they deliberately chose that color because they want people to suffer. Those are the only three options. And I think most likely it's the they have a really stupid, dumb opinion, and they would die for that stupid and dumb opinion that is unfounded. I would be willing to bet that that's why. The same reason why tabs are the default spacing option, and for some reason they display them visually, and why they don't have strip trailing white space as a default as well, I think are just stupid opinions that someone had, and they are like willing to die for their stupid opinion. Strongly held, what is it? A strongly held opinion, but with like very little understanding of why they have that opinion. A flimsy and strongly held opinion, something like that. Worst kind of opinions, and I think it's exactly why transparent is transparent white. Someone strongly holds that opinion and they literally have no reason for it. They just decided one day, I'm going to make transparency be transparent white, and it's always going to be transparent white. And screw everyone who's trying to do anything slightly technical where transparency is expected to be black, because that's just literally what makes sense. That's literally what makes sense for it to be black. It is how like every graphics API ever handles transparency. It's always black. Every algorithm of images assumes transparency is black. Insane. Okay. Well, it's looking a bit nicer now. So I guess now I'm going to go back to watching it place pixels and see if it's going wrong anywhere. Start at 0. Alright, first iteration. What's pixel is it moving and where? Sure. Sure, maybe I would have put it up here, but I guess since the wrap, it wouldn't put it there. Alright, that makes sense. Second pixel went over there. I feel like this spot was less dense, but okay. 3. Alright, sure. Okay. That doesn't seem right. I'm getting suspicious. I should think it would move this pixel. I mean, actually, I guess those two are the same. Whatever. Why is it not putting it like further? Oh, yeah, it did put it further down. Okay. Yep, that's the pixel I was looking at next. Okay, so yeah. An interesting pattern starting to form here. Okay, move that one back. Alright. It's moving it up. Is this really just like slowly... Wait, which pixel did it move? What? It didn't move a pixel? It swapped a pixel with itself? Oh, it's just done. Huh? No, that's not done. Are you serious? That's not done. It's done swapping pixels at that point. No, you're totally wrong. What is that? You're just absolutely wrong. Like, why isn't it putting it in these dark patches? I don't understand. That's so strange. There's literally just empty pixels that it's not putting them into. That's where it should be going. It should totally be going in the empty pixels. This might be incorrect. I think that's what it is. This pixel has to be a pixel, first of all. It has to be a pixel, first of all. Wow, okay. If pixel is not equal to... Actually, what does color coerce to as a boolean? Opaque black. Yeah. Alright. These guys are psychos. We specifically need to move a pixel. I think what's happening is that it starts moving transparent pixels, and that's why it's like putting it over here. It has to put it next to some other pixel. I don't understand what's going on with that. No. I can't do that because I have to find the brightest pixel and I put it at the darkest pixel. I get the red channel. Black. It's like weird how it's doing this. Can I do like... Yeah, why isn't it going there? There's obviously like a really dark pixel. Oh, I can click it. Cool. There's obviously these black pixels that it could be placing, and it's not placing them there. I mean, I guess it's actually still correct. I don't know. What was that? Why did it do that? Whatever. Okay, we're just going to red and that for now. So when I set the color, we're going to set this to black, and it's going to be red. This is going to be red. Well, this might be partially an issue. Is this one correct? This one might be wrong. Yeah, we're taking placed pixels. No blurring pixels. Okay. Okay. Zero iterations. This should just be the same image but blurred. Now we're gonna slowly move a pixel, which doesn't make any sense. Honestly, I feel like it should have gone here. This should have been the darkest spot that it finds first. But whatever. No, I mean that really doesn't make any sense. Like I don't. It should find the spot first and put it there. I'm skeptical of something now. Something doesn't seem right. Am I doing that step right? This first one just seems wrong, and then it feels like that's definitely not right. It's putting the pixel here, right? Like, why is it not blending anything there? I guess I should be going along the row then, shouldn't I? Okay. I'm gonna go along this axis. Where's the X? That's whatever, that doesn't matter. And then I'm gonna make it so it's going Y by X. Because it should be putting it here. Instead it's putting it here, and then it puts it here, and then it puts it here. Like, what is that? Maybe the blur isn't enough? Maybe I need another more blur? I don't know. More blur? Yeah, like, let's see what this does. First iteration. Move that one down here. That makes sense to me. Move that one over there, sure. That one there, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. No, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this is huge empty spot here and it's not putting them there. Like, oh my gosh. Okay, let me just see what literally the first blur looks like. So I've got a bad blur. I don't know, maybe that blur is the best. 1 or something. 0.5 and then 1. First move, there. That looks pretty good. Although I feel like this one probably should have been it, but whatever. That one there, sure. Okay. Alright. Sure. Okay. Yep. Okay. Nope. It's just moving the same pixel around. Can't find it. Why? How is this doing that so much? This is definitely failing. And now it's moving back and forth. What is happening? This is so weird. Okay, so the blur is not good. Be clear, the blur is not good. Like, what does it look like here? Yeah, that just ain't right. What is happening? Yeah, am I still on like a 0.5? No, it's 1. Yeah, it's 1. I don't know, should I just go for like... It's not good. The blur that I have is not working well. Okay. I'm gonna abandon. Maybe. Zero, 1, 2, 2, 3. Yeah. I mean, it's just, it doesn't work. This kind of filtering is really nice, but it's not enough. Because of how I'm generating this, I really do need just the actual Gaussian blur. I literally just need Gaussian blur. So let me look at this again. I don't know. I don't know. All right. Let me just look up Gaussian blur. Implementation. All right. Gaussian blur. I'm going to search Python. What do they use? They use this. This. How do these work? It's this one, right? Okay, I guess I don't know how this works. I know there's a file called Gaussian, but it's like... Fine. What does it look like? Wow. From shared filters. Okay. What? Yes. Yes, I love this stuff. I love this stuff. Love this stuff. I love this stuff when... This is just like Node.js packages, man. I want to find the source code for something, for an implementation that I just like know works. And it's like, oh yeah, it's not in this package. We're just a wrapper on something else. So they use this NDI Gaussian filter, and it literally just passes in same things. It's literally just a wrapper. It's crazy. So SciPy ND image Gaussian filter. Will I be able to find it easily though? Maybe I am. Underscore filters. Let's just start with filters. Ah, okay. Underscore filters. All. Gaussian filter. And watch it just be wrapper on another function. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. What am I looking at? I. Like, where does I come from? Here. Okay. Last try. And then I straight up don't know what I'm gonna do. Gaussian filter processing tutorial. I can't. Apparently I've already watched this one somehow. What is that? You know what? This might be. Wait. This one probably is nice, but it's probably not actually going to be enough for me to implement off of. Okay. Let me see this.
Let's first create a grid overlay by setting up the UV coordinates from -1 to 1, multiplying them by 10, taking the fractional value of the result, centering each cell in the grid by remapping the UV coordinates from -1 to 1 once again, taking the absolute value of that result, calculating the distance from the center to the edge of each cell, and performing a smooth step function to draw lines in a grid-like pattern. Now we don't actually need
Oh my god. Ah, that was a good joke. Okay. That was really
this
funny.
grid to run the algorithm, but it can help us visualize what's happening.
That was really
under
funny.
the hood. For the purpose of this demonstration, let's say
Alright.
that
I'm
each
like,
cell in
what
this
the
grid
hell is
represents
he
an
doing?
individual pixel. First and foremost,
Okay.
we
He
need
just
to find an
he just walked us through how you draw a grid pattern.
image that we want to blur. For each pixel in this image, we find its 8 neighboring pixels. We sum the color values in these 9 total pixels and divide the result by 9 to compute the box blur effect. We can also change the size of the kernel, which is a fancy word for the square used in the
Oh
blur
my
calculation. Decreasing the size of the kernel to 1 will keep the resulting texture unchanged, while increasing it will make it more and more blurry. And that's how the box blur effect works in a nutshell. We can write this algorithm iteratively in a programming language like JavaScript or Rust or Python. This approach requires that we perform the blur action on the image pixel by pixel in a nested for loop. We can also write the algorithm in a shader and run it in parallel for each pixel directly on the GPU. The second approach is much faster, and it's the one we'll go over in this video. But before we jump into the code, there's one last thing to talk about, and that is the Gaussian blur. After all, that's what this video is all about. The main difference between the box blur and the Gaussian blur is the weights used in the kernel. The box blur
That was
uses
actually
an
a really funny
even
joke. I'm still
distribution
thinking
of
about
weights,
that.
while the Gaussian blur uses a
I'm like,
Gaussian
he's not
distribution
talking
of
about
weights.
blurs.
On the left, we've got box blur, and on the right, it's the default texture. Now, I've replaced the left side with the Gaussian blur. To be honest, it's pretty difficult to tell the difference, but what you need to know is that the Gaussian blur tends to produce slightly better results. And that's all there is to it. Now that we have an understanding of the Gaussian blur algorithm, let's see how we can implement it in a GLSL shader. As with all the shader tutorials, we're just going to be changing the color variable here. I've set it to the UV coordinates for now, and you can see the result here. First thing that we're going to want to do is to actually allow the GLSL canvas to read an image that we have in our local folder. Under my shader tutorials Gaussian blur folder, I've created a Mario extension.
Super intro stuff. Just start.
To the left, or
Oh,
all the other
okay. There's a bunch of code here all of a sudden.
Then we'll see our Mario picture. The next thing we're going to want to do is create a text cell size. A text cell essentially represents how far we move the texture forward when we're checking to the right or the left, or all the other directions. So here I'm defining the image resolution. This is 1/10 of the actual image size. So the image is about 2800 by 2700 pixels. Okay. But I'm dividing that by 10 because it actually allows us to visualize the blur more easily. And here I'm setting the kernel size to 1. We're going to essentially iterate in a nested for loop from -1 to 1. So that means that the box blur is going to need to be divided by 9. And that is how I'm calculating this value here. I am multiplying the current kernel size by 2, so 1 times 2 is 2, adding 1 to get 3, and then squaring that to get 9. And that is the formula that you can use if you want
this guy
to
can pick it up a little bit.
vary the kernel sizes. Once you have that, inside the nested for loop that goes from -1 to 1 on x and -1 to 1 on y, we're going to sample the texture. And here you're going to see that we're...
Yeah, I can understand the code enough. I'm just going to skip ahead until he gets to this.
To be honest,
Jeez.
what we're going to want to do is to manually set these values. And to be honest, I think it's pretty easy to read and understand what's happening. So I'm going to move the kernel size here back to 1. And essentially, the Gaussian blur is doing the same thing as the box blur, except here the weights are a little bit different. So what we did here is we added all of them together and divided them by 9. However, this time around, we are going to weight each item differently, where the center values, so at 0, 0, we're adding the highest weight. And as we sort of disperse outwards, up or left or down, we are kind of like reducing that weight. Then at the end, I'm going to divide the total Gaussian blur color by the Gaussian divisor, which is going to be 16. And that is essentially the sum of all of these numbers over here. So if I were to uncomment this and save it, then you'll see a little bit of a tint change here. So it's kind of subtle, but if you sort of like play around with it on your own machine, you'll notice that when I save the Gaussian blur, it looks a little bit more clear, even though it is a blur effect. So the result of the blur looks more clear with Gaussian than it is with box blur. And yeah, that's going to be it for this video. Hopefully, now you have a better understanding of the Gaussian blur algorithm and how to implement it in a GLSL shader. If you've made it this far, I'd really appreciate it if you could just hit the like button for the YouTube blur effect. Notice that it's kind of subtle, but
this isn't what I wanted. I wanted to know how to compute these values. Dude. Compute. It's not what I'm looking for. I really hate Geeks for Geeks, but I'll look at it. See what they do. Gaussian kernel is mathematically defined as... Okay. Calculation. X prime. What? Okay, they just forgot to write X prime there? This is why I hate Geeks for Geeks. There is just so... It's often, like, just wrong. That can't be correct. I was expecting to see this, like, fractional values, not this. No. Yeah, this is like, it's, what, man? Geeks for Geeks is so ass. That whole site needs to be deleted. They gotta take that down. That's so bad. Maybe I just need to go back to Wikipedia and just like actually try to understand and read it. Maybe here. Maybe this will be a bit easier to comprehend for me. No, I'm lost. Does this work? Maybe. I think the issue with Wikipedia is it deletes some things. But oh well. And then these are in black on black. It's hard to see that. formula for a Gaussian function in one dimension. 2 dimensions is a product of 2 functions, 1 in each dimension. Okay. Standard deviation. Okay. I'll just look at it like this. X and Y is this. X is the distance from the origin. Y is the distance from the origin. The origin of these axes are the center 0 out of 2 dimensions. Okay. Essentially what I need to do is I need to compute this kernel, which is just, it doesn't define how large the matrix should be, but this sigma value will effectively define how large a matrix should be, because eventually the value is going to be so small that it's not going to be meaningful anymore. It will approach 0 at some point. Okay, so I'll do this. And apparently it's... Really all I have to do is I have to compute one corner. And then I can flip that. Or rather, I would just create... Essentially, my idea here is that I'm going to write it as a shader. But I will provide the kernel to the shader. And it'll essentially just be an image with... one in the middle, or one at the top left, and then as we go down, or rather, I can actually just pass in a one-dimensional thing, really. It would just be like a distance function. Can it be a one-dimensional thing? So technically it could be. This processing probably would need to only calculate a matrix with dimension 6. Yeah. But that's the ceiling function. Oh, man. Yeah, this is what it should look like. Not like 1, 4, 8, 12, whatever they were doing. Like, that's just insane to me. But I wonder if I just need the one dimension, though. Because essentially, I could just get away with these 4 numbers here. And this number should be the product of these 2. Maybe not. Because really all we need is this diagonal, and then these numbers here, and this fully defines the entire thing. But I guess let me try it. 11098. times itself. Yeah, so that's not it. Okay. So I do have to compute the diagonal as well. Here. A one-dimensional kernel is used below the image in only the horizontal or vertical direction. Second pass, the same one-dimensional kernel is used to blur in the remaining direction. Okay, yeah, that makes sense then. So I do only have to compute the one dimension. Okay. Right. Hmm. All right. I'm going to call it there for today. This is getting out of hand, to be honest. I'm just trying to generate some noise here. And now I'm gonna write my own Gaussian blur filter so I can implement a blue noise texture generation, which is gonna be slow and probably take minutes to produce one thing. Oh man. I think I'm going to do some research on my own time about how to place vegetation in the world and how people generally do it, because this feels insane where I'm going with this. It just feels crazy. Because I think ultimately in order to do this best, I'm going to have to write a shader to essentially generate not really, well, I mean, yeah. I think I'll essentially be writing a shader that will do the blur, the min-max, and the swap. And then it will return, the return will be a synchronization at that point to say which pixel swapped last. What I could do is not even synchronize it, just set the shader going and keep running it. And eventually I'll check to see what the last swap was. And if it's swapping the same thing, then on the other hand, just kind of a problem. If I'm running on the GPU, that's going to be like frame rate stuff. So perhaps what I should do is I'm going to do research on my own. That's it. That's it for today. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.